As part of this process, he sent one envoy across the Gobi Desert to demand that their previous Juyin border guard, Genghis Khan, come south and make a gesture of loyalty and submission to the new Golden Khan of the Jin. When the envoys arrived, they would have met with Genghis Khan, who was now nearly 50 years old. If he had ever seen the value in bowing and scraping to the lords of the south, those days were now very much behind him. When the Chinese envoys met him, they asked him to send word of his submission to the Jin. The later Chinese source, the Yuan Shi, describes what happened next.
Genghis Khan asked the Jin messengers, "Who is the new emperor?" The messengers of the emperor replied, "The Prince of Wei." Genghis Khan turned his face to the south, spat in that direction, and said, "I thought that the emperor of the Middle Kingdom should be a man blessed by heaven. Can he be such an ordinary and weak man? Why should I show him respect?" Then he mounted his horse and rode to the north.
The Jin envoys left, shaken at their encounter, and Genghis Khan deliberated on his course of action. His insult to the Jin would likely bring a military response. That is, unless he moved first. But he must have been full of doubts and fears about taking on such a powerful enemy. To find the best course of action, he would need to speak to his god. To do this, he climbed up the slopes of the sacred mountain Burkhan Khaldun, through the forests of larch and elegant Siberian pine, and there on its stony peak, surrounded by twisted rock formations, he prayed to Tengri, the god of the great blue sky, to ask him what to do. According to the secret history, when the sun rose on the fourth day, Genghis Khan emerged with his answer.
"The eternal blue sky has promised us victory and vengeance."
In the spring of 1211, the vast horde of the Mongols gathered and set out on its march south across the Gobi Desert. The sight of this force would have been terrifying. Overhead, pennants and banners flew, and at the head of the army flew the great spirit banner of Genghis Khan, woven from the tail hairs of hundreds of black horses. Every Mongol warrior rode with 5 spare mounts at a time, so with an army of 100,000 horsemen, they would have brought with them an extra 500,000 horses, and probably the same number of sheep and goats. With them also came giant supply carts, pulled by as many as 20 oxen and thousands of Bactrian camels, some carrying enormous drums that were beaten to signal the men and rally them for battle. This was an invasion force, but it was also a mass migration, an enormous traveling city designed to flatten everything in its path. The people who would have stood and watched this pandemonium approaching across the desert in a great cloud of dust were known as the Ongut. They were a desert people that for years had been serving as Juyin border guards for the Jin, keeping their empire safe from steppe raiders. But upon seeing the enormous Mongol army approaching, the Ongut reassessed their position. These border nomads welcomed the Mongols as brothers, and even showed them the most direct route south through the narrow mountain passes, right into the heart of the Jin lands. The invasion of China had begun. The Mongols' strategy was always to attack in multiple places at once, sowing maximum fear and confusion, and giving the appearance that their forces were much more numerous than they were. For this reason, while Chinggis Khan led his forces in the west, his general Jebe led an army into the east. The Sung Chinese writer Zhao Gong describes what happened next.
Temujin, indignant over their bullying and insults, invaded the frontier. The frontier prefectures were all conquered and their people killed.
The Mongols took these border forts and then crossed through the mountains. They first met Jin resistance at a place called Badger's Mouth Pass, and there they smashed the Jin army sent to face them. The Mongols broke through the mountains by autumn of 1211 and spilled out into the Chinese heartland. For the next 3 years, the Mongols pillaged the entire North China plain, and for much of this time, the Jin were powerless to stop them. Part of the reason for this was the immense mobility of Mongol armies. Jin armies were enormous and well equipped, but they were also slow. Typically containing twice as many infantry as cavalry, they lumbered across the land at a snail's pace and needed to be constantly supplied with food brought by wagon along precarious supply routes. Meanwhile, the Mongols could disappear and reappear anywhere they liked, allowing them to ambush and destroy whole Jin armies in the field. And everything the Mongols needed, they brought with them. Their horseback armies lived on milk and meat from their animals, and in times of difficulty would even open up a vein on their horses' necks and drink the blood directly from their mouths. They would place strips of raw meat under their saddles in the morning so that the flesh was tenderized throughout the day of riding so that it could be eaten raw in the evening. In this way, they could camp without lighting fires that would give away their position to enemy scouts. One Jin officer, Tu Shanyi, gave the following appraisal of the desperate situation.
Since the Mongolian army is on horseback, it goes into the plain in only one body. But we defend ourselves divided. Our defeat is certain.
The Mongols relied on surprise and deception in a way that completely blindsided the Jin generals, who conducted their wars according to a long-established system of martial honor. One Sung Chinese writer named Peng Daya describes their array of inventive and unscrupulous tactics.
The Tartars do things that are not addressed in the ancient techniques. If the enemy puts up a strong defense that all the Tartars' plans fail to penetrate, they drive cattle at them, or lash wild horses toward them, using animals to disturb the enemy's ranks. Seldom does it fail to defeat them. When their own troops are few, sometimes the Tartars will drag branches behind them, making dust rise to the heavens, and leading the enemy to suspect that their troops are many. When victorious, they dog the enemy's tail until the last man is killed, not permitting any to escape. But if they are the ones defeated, they scatter in all 4 directions, beyond pursuit.
The Mongols had learned
Dude, that is
how
pretty
to
smart,
turn
though,
the
for
Jin's
retreat in a
great
group.
strength against
Everybody
them.
run in a different
One of these
direction.
strengths was their large population, and the other their powerful walled cities.
It's fucking
But
smart,
these
though. I
could
mean,
also be
statistically,
weaknesses.
most people can get away.
The Mongols exploited these by borrowing tactics that they had learned hunting animals on the steppe. They would devastate the countryside for miles around, which drove vast numbers of refugees towards the only safe
This
places
shit is so
left.
good. This episode is really good.
walls,
This is
cities.
the episode I think that Joe Rogan said Elon
Soon
Musk
they would be flooded with
recommended
desperate
for him to
and
listen to.
hungry people, and their storehouses ran out of food. These mighty fortresses now became tombs from which no one could escape. The Mongols also rounded up huge numbers of peasants from the countryside and forced them to work, filling in defensive ditches and moats, pushing siege engines.
I thought I
and
knew quite a bit
dismantling
about the
cities'
Huns and
defences.
all of this. And
Each
I'm learning so
Mongol
much I
warrior
had no
was
idea about.
tasked with gathering up 10 peasants for this purpose. The defenders on the city walls were left with the brutal choice of allowing their defences to be destroyed by these unwilling labourers, or using up their arrows to slaughter their own people. The Chinese writer Li Xinchuan describes this ruthless tactic.
In the cities, villagers were drafted as soldiers and sent up onto the walls to defend them. The Tartars drove their family members onto the attack, and fathers and sons and older and younger brothers would often shout at each other from afar in mutual recognition. For this reason, the people had no will to fight, and all the walled towns that the Tartars reached surrendered at the first drum roll.
Prisoners of war were also conscripted to fight for their Mongol captors, with the promise that if they proved themselves in battle, they would be freed and allowed to join the Mongol army. But despite their reputation for brutality, Genghis Khan and his warriors also practiced the judicious use of restraint. Sieges were costly and time-consuming, and he hoped that by showing mercy to those cities that surrendered without a fight, he would increase the likelihood of others doing the same. Cities that opened their gates to the Mongols were thoroughly looted of their treasure, but their people were spared. Still, those cities that resisted were slaughtered mercilessly, and in the countryside, the death and destruction was rampant, as Li Xinchuan describes.
The massacre of the people was almost total. Gold, silk, boys, girls, cattle, sheep, horses, and other livestock, all were rolled up like a mat and carried off. Houses and cottages were burned down. The walls and ramparts became deserted ruins.
It's likely that the Mongols had not intended to undertake a full invasion of China, but more like a series of large raids into these wealthy lands. But the more success they met with, the longer they decided to stay. As the war entered its second and third years, and the Mongol armies still rampaged unchecked, the Jin became desperate. They began drafting civilians into their army en masse, and even pardoned any criminal who would take up arms and fight. But the Mongols could not be stopped. Soon they were pushing far enough south to reach the Jin capital on the site of modern Beijing, then known as Zhongdu. They laid eyes on the walls of the city in the year 1214, 3 years after the war had started. Beijing at the time was among the largest cities on Earth. Records show that it had a population of nearly 1 million people and was defended by an 18-kilometer rectangle of rammed earth walls, rising up to 12 meters high, broken by 12 gates and 900 guard towers, ringed by a triple moat. Its walls were topped with powerful crossbows and trebuchets capable of hurling projectiles more than 300 meters. The Mongols laid siege of the city, but had little success in breaking through its defenses. Even for them, this final prize must have seemed like a step too far. They were now dangerously overstretched, a long way from home, and facing some of the world's most formidable fortifications. On top of that, the climate didn't suit them. Summer in this part of the world was hot, and plague was beginning to spread among their army. Their men and horses were exhausted, and they increasingly longed to return to the cool lands of Mongolia. Genghis Khan sent word to the Jin Emperor that he was willing to accept terms for peace with the following demands for tribute.
Gosh, that's a pretty
God has
demands
made you
for
so
tribute.
weak that should I further molest you, I fear how heaven would judge me. I am willing to withdraw my army. What provision will you make to still the demands of my officers?
Many in the Jin court urged the emperor to keep fighting. They argued that the shame of surrendering to these barbarians would be too great for the dynasty to bear, and the city of Beijing could never be taken while a determined force defended it. But luckily for the Mongols, the political situation in the Jin Empire was rapidly disintegrating. Having lost the confidence of his court after 2 years of failure, the young Golden Khan of the Jin, the Prince of Wei, had been assassinated the year earlier, and his nephew was placed on the throne by a military coup. This man, named Xuanzong of Jin, was now facing another plot in the palace that threatened to topple him. Rather than deal with both the Mongols and his own treacherous courtiers, he decided to finally sue for peace. He accepted a humiliating series of conditions, recognizing himself as a vassal to Genghis Khan, giving the Khan one of his daughters to marry, and massive amounts of gold, silver, and silk, along with 500 young men and women of the court to take away as slaves. With these crushing terms, the war came to an end. The lands of northern China breathed a sigh of relief, and the Mongols rode north towards the Gobi Desert and home. The Jin Emperor had seemingly averted further disaster, but he would soon make a critical mistake. Summer was still here, and the Gobi Desert was too hot to cross. For that reason, Genghis Khan camped on the southern side of the desert and waited for the cool months to come before they could return to Mongolia with the vast treasure of their successful raid in tow. But then the Khan got news of something that would send him flying into a rage. Word reached
Rubber
him that the
ducky.
new Jin Emperor was fleeing
You're the
Beijing.
one.
The embattled ruler was taking his forces and what remained of his treasury with
Whistleblowers,
him,
remember, she makes
and
the best
retreating far
rockets.
into the south, to the old fortress of Kaifang on the other side of the Yellow River, an obstacle that the Mongols had not yet been able to cross. This seemed like a clear sign that the Jin did not intend to keep their word. One chronicler recalls the enraged words of Genghis Khan.
The Jin Emperor made an agreement with me. Now he has moved his capital south. Evidently, he mistrusts my words and has used the peace to deceive me.
Instead of crossing the desert and returning to his own lands, Genghis Khan wheeled his forces back around and marched once again to the capital of Beijing. The writer Li Xinchuan describes what happened next.
In Moon 5, the Jin ruler moved the capital to Kaifang. The Tatars heard about this and said, "To move right away after making peace? This should..." They purposely talked peace only as a means to
UNIT207
forestall
is still
us.
fucking with the podcast on the
In the
HP
autumn,
laptop.
Moon 8, they again led troops to attack the counties and prefectures of the Central Plains.
I don't know why. Come on, this is way more
With the
interesting
emperor
than anything
gone,
your fellow
along with
domestic
all
terrorists
his
are talking
personal
about.
troops, the city's people
Are you
were
paying
left
attention to this shit?
all but
It's interesting.
defenseless.
Shut the fuck up.
The remaining
Shh.
citizens' garrison of Beijing held out for 8 agonizing months of siege.
I said it
Starvation
'cause others
soon
can't.
spread.
Hush and listen to the podcast.
The Jin made several attempts to relieve the city from the south, but each army they sent was intercepted and ambushed on the road. For the city's defenders, it soon became clear that no reinforcements would be coming.
If I
On
was a
this
whistleblower,
realization,
I'd just bring
whole
earplugs
divisions
every day
of
and shove
Jin
them in my ear.
soldiers,
Skin-colored
particularly
ones,
of
like the same tone
semi-nomadic
of my skin.
Khitan people, simply switched sides and joined the Mongols. On the 1st of June 1215, the Mongols finally broke through the walls. As a punishment for holding out so long and for the betrayal of the Jin emperor, the Mongols sacked the city, and huge numbers of its people were put to the sword. The writer Li Xinchuan describes the destruction.
The grandeur and beauty of Beijing's palaces were the crowning achievement of ancient and modern times. When the Tartars saw them, they were so stunned and frightened they did not dare look up. Yet, not long afterward, the fires set by their soldiers would burn for over a month.
What had once been the Golden Jin Empire now fractured into countless feuding warlords fighting over territory, some loyal to the Mongols, others defecting to the Sung Chinese in the south, and many others still simply out for themselves. All imperial authority north of the Yellow River collapsed. One Jin dynasty poet, a blind man named Zhao Yuan, wrote a poem about this time that he called The Song of Helplessness.
The eastern barbarians charge and raid the fields of the western mountains. God willing, they will fester. But how so, I do not ever know. As I sip wine and watch the years fleet by, I stumble, drunk, atop the plateau, and sing the song of helplessness.
With Beijing in ruins, Genghis Khan left one of his generals behind in China to mop up the remnants of the Jin. But it would not be as easy as he thought, and the final conquest of northern China would take many more years. In the south, the Sung Chinese watched the destruction with delight. Their old enemies had been utterly smashed, and with the delightful irony that it had come at the hands of another barbarian people. The writer Zhao Gong describes with amusement how members of the former Jin government and royal family were now reduced to the level of manual laborers.
There are great men of the vanquished Jin who have gotten mixed up in odd jobs, falling as low as butchering and peddling, or leaving to become bandits. All of them are still referred to by their old government titles. One family has a number of men who push carts around the towns and who still call themselves Commissioner of Transport.
The destruction of the Mongol invasion left its marks everywhere in the landscape. City walls had been torn down. In places, crops had been destroyed, since the Mongols deliberately rode their horses over the fields so that the land could return to pastures for their animals. And the event sent reverberations around the world. Sometime afterwards, a delegation of diplomats traveled to China from the region of Central Asia to investigate what had happened. They arrived at the ruins of Beijing, and the scenes of carnage that they witnessed, they later related to the Persian scholar Juzjani, who recounts them like something out of a nightmare.
When we arrived near to the seat of the government of the Golden Khan, from a considerable distance, a high white mound appeared in sight. We supposed that that white eminence was perhaps a hill of snow, and we made inquiries of the guides and the people of that part about it. They replied, "The whole of it is the bones of men slain." When we had proceeded onwards another stage, the ground had become so greasy and dark from human fat that it was necessary for us to advance another 3 stages on that same road until we came to dry ground again. Through the infections arising from that ground, some of our party became ill, and some perished.
When they reached the city walls, they found similar scenes of slaughter.
On reaching the gate of the city, we perceived, in a place under a bastion of the citadel, an immense quantity of human bones collected. Inquiry was made, and people replied that on the day the city was captured, 60,000 young girls threw themselves from this bastion of the fortress and destroyed themselves, in order that they might not fall captive into the hands of the Mongol forces, and that all these were their bones.
The scholar Juzjani was a fierce critic of the Mongols, and has been criticized for his colorful exaggerations that occur throughout his writings. He didn't witness these scenes himself, and may have exaggerated stories told to him. But either way, it's clear that the destruction of the Jin dynasty left a terrible human toll. When summer ended, Chinggis Khan rode back across the Gobi Desert with all the gold and assorted riches of northern China packed on the backs of his camels, leaving untold suffering behind him. The bounty of silk alone was so great that Mongol soldiers ran out of uses for it. They began to use it as packing material and rope to tie up their horses, and used silver jugs as water troughs for their animals. Precious metals, slaves, and other treasure poured north back to Mongolia in a river of gold that seemed never to end. The year was 1215, in the Chinese calendar, the year of the pig, and the Mongol Empire was now among the wealthiest on earth. History has remembered Chinggis Khan as a bloodthirsty conqueror, a man hell-bent on subjugating the known world. But in fact, most sources suggest that when he left China, conquest was not the first thing on his mind. In fact, he seemed satisfied. He had made his people wealthier than they had ever dreamed, and destroyed all nearby rivals. He now controlled a vast swathe of territory that covered almost the entire length of the Mongolian steppe, and the Silk Road trade that flowed across it. The Persian scholar Atta Malik Juvayni eulogizes this time of relative peace.
In the latter part of his reign, he had brought about complete peace and quiet, and security and tranquillity, and had achieved the extreme of prosperity and well-being. The roads were secure and disturbances allayed, so that whatever profit or gain was displayed in the uppermost west or the furthermost east, there merchants would bend their steps.
Chinggis Khan's empire now connected the wealthy production areas of Sung China with the rich markets of Persia, Central Asia, and the Near East, and he wanted to make the most of this profitable route. When it came to the settled societies that bordered him, he seems to have treated his neighbors not as enemies to be conquered, but as potential future customers. For years now, he had been exchanging diplomatic missions with his neighbors to the west, and in the year 1218, this culminated in the sending of a great trade delegation. This was a caravan of hundreds of Bactrian camels, along with 450 merchants, led by an Indian man named Jafar, who were ordered to head into the west and contact the wealthy empires that existed there in what is today Iran, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. With them, they brought an enormous wealth of goods to trade, as Juzjani recounts, with perhaps some of his characteristic exaggeration.
Among the rarities and presents that the Chengiz Khan sent was a nugget of pure gold as big as a camel's neck. Also, he dispatched 500 camels laden with gold, silver, and silks, beaver furs, sable, and elegant and ingenious things of China and the desert regions.
This trade delegation was a clear statement of the new empire's power and wealth, all of it looted from the coffers of northern China. It's likely that a large portion of the Mongol elite had invested their treasure in this expedition and had bet heavily on its success. For this reason, Chinggis Khan's reputation among the Mongol lords was also at stake. During the cooler autumn months, this trade caravan traveled for several weeks through Mongolia, across the Altai Mountains, and over the grasslands and deserts of what is today Kazakhstan. Finally, in November, they arrived at the border of what was then the largest Muslim kingdom in the world, the Empire of Khwarezm. Khwarezm was a relatively new power. Only a century earlier, it had been a small kingdom centered on the powerful city of Gurganch in the Khwarezmian oasis. Here, the lands are watered by the two great rivers, Sir Darya and Amu Darya, which flow down from the Tian Shan mountains of Kyrgyzstan and the Pamir mountains north of the Hindu Kush. The oasis cities along these two rivers, Balkh and Bukhara, Samarkand and Merv, were enticing stops after the long weeks on the desert roads, and for centuries they had swelled with wealth from Silk Road trade. With these riches, they had irrigated their arid lands until they bloomed and fed vast and thriving populations. But over the preceding century, the Turkic rulers of Gurganch had formed a fruitful partnership with the nomadic people known as the Kipchaks, and had recently used their powerful cavalry armies to expand into Turkmenistan and Afghanistan, and spilled south into the mountains of Persia. The Khwarezmian Empire was now the largest and wealthiest Muslim power on the planet. The Persian scholar Atamalik Chuvaini records the beauty of this region.
Khwarezm to me is the best of lands. May its rain-giving clouds never be blown away. It was the site of the throne of the sultans of the world. Its corners supported the shoulders of the great men of the age. Its mansions were resplendent with every kind of lofty idea, and its regions and districts were so many rose gardens. Such was the state of that country.
The ruler of the new empire of Khwarezm was known as the Khwarezm Shah, and his name was Ala ad-Din Muhammad. He was a warrior and a conqueror, and proud of it. He had inherited a powerful kingdom from his father, and over the last 2 decades had expanded its borders even further into a true empire. Some in his court even flattered him that he was the new Alexander, that legends of his conquests would be told for centuries to come. This flattery made him bold, but also rash and impulsive. This proud Shah had agreed to receive the Mongol trade delegation, along with Chinggis Khan's offer of friendship, as Juzjani recalls.
The Chinggis Khan sent a great number of offerings and said, "Say unto the Khwarezm Shah, I am the sovereign of the sunrise, and thou the sovereign of the sunset. Let there be between us a firm treaty of friendship and peace, and let traders and caravans on both sides come and go."
But when the merchants arrived in the borderlands of Khwarezm, they ran into trouble. The first Khwarezmian town they arrived in was named Otrar. It sat in the middle of an oasis on the Sir Darya River, and as a crucial junction of several major roads, it was a quintessential Silk Road trading town. If you walked its streets during this time, they would have been heaving with merchant traffic, sounds of prayer from the mosques, vendors crying their wares, and the sounds of camels noisily watering after long days on the desert roads. But the governor of Otrar had a foolhardy nature. His name was Inalchuk, and he was an uncle of the Khwarezm Shah, the brother of the Shah's mother, and this gave him a great deal of power. The Shah Ala ad-Din Muhammad had a complicated relationship with his mother, and she had amassed a great deal of influence at court. Some even whispered that she was the real power behind the throne. And so her brother Inalchuk may have believed he could do whatever he pleased. When he saw the Mongol caravan passing through his lands, packed with gold and fine silks, Inalchuk hungered after their cargo. Some sources claim that he acted on the orders of the Shah himself, while others say that he acted alone. But we know that when the caravan passed through Otrar, Inalchuk accused the merchants of being spies. He ordered that they be arrested immediately and their goods seized. In the struggle, the merchants were killed, and their gold and silks and other goods were taken to the great market town of Bukhara, where they were sold, and the governor Inalchuk of Otrar took his cut. He had just become a great deal richer, he might have thought, and what were a bunch of barbarian horsemen 3,000 kilometers away going to do about it? Atamalik Juvaini describes the magnitude of this man's mistake.
In executing his command, he deprived these men of their lives and possessions. Nay, rather he desolated and laid waste a whole world. For every drop of their blood there would flow a whole river. In retribution for every hair on their heads, 100,000 heads would roll in the dust at every crossroad. In exchange for every dinar, 1,000 were exacted.
Far away in the Mongol heartlands, on the banks of the Onon River, a storm was brewing in the court of the Khan. Chinggis Khan was naturally offended when he got word of the attack on his merchants, but he assumed there must have been some mistake. He sent an envoy of 3 ambassadors to seek an audience with the Khwarezm Shah and to ask for his uncle Inalchuk to be handed over for punishment. But the Khwarezm Shah, perhaps feeling his mother breathing down his neck, refused the Khan's demands. And to make matters worse, he attempted what he must have hoped would look like a show of strength. When the Khan's ambassadors came before him, he had one of them killed on the spot. Then he rounded on the other 2. He ordered that their beards be shaved and that they be sent back to Mongolia with their humiliation as an answer to the Khan. When these ambassadors returned to Mongolia with their faces shorn and the Shah's words on their lips, Chinggis Khan's rage was seismic. Just as he had done before his invasion of China, he climbed to the top of the sacred mountain Burkhan Khaldun, up through the broken stones and whispering pine needles, and there, with the Mongolian wind battering around him, asked the god of the great blue sky what he should do. The secret history records what answer he received.
These tidings had such an effect upon the Khan's mind that the whirlwind of anger flared with such a flame that it could be quenched only by the shedding of blood. In this fever, Chinggis Khan went up alone to the summit of a hill, bared his head, turned his face towards the earth, and for 3 days and nights offered up prayer, saying, "I was not the author of this trouble. Grant me strength to exact vengeance." Thereupon he descended from the hill, meditating action and making ready for war.
Giovanni describes the sight that the governor of Otrar saw, arriving one day in December in a thunderous cataclysm outside his city walls.
He bit the back of his hand in amazement at the unexpected sight, for he perceived that the plain had become a tossing sea of countless hosts and splendid troops, while the air was full of clamour and uproar and the neighing of armoured horses and the roaring of mail-clad lions. The air became blue, the earth ebony, the sea boiled with the noise of the drums. With his fingers he pointed to the army on the plain, a host to which there was no end.
The Khwarezm Shah had expected the arrival of the Mongol forces, but he had dramatically miscalculated the kind of response that Chinggis Khan would give him. He himself commanded a force of perhaps 400,000 men, twice the size of the Mongol armies, and his cities were among the most fortified in the world. He was sure that if he shut up his armies in his great walled fortresses, the Mongols would soon run out of farms to burn and sheep herders to rob, and would eventually go home. But this would not turn out to be the case. The moment the Mongols arrived, their Chinese siege engineers began to build their engines. Otrar's defences were formidable, but even these didn't hold out for long. The Persian scholar Juzjani, a citizen of the Khwarezmian Empire who would flee to India after the Mongol invasion, writes about what happened next.
In a short time, they took Otrar. They put both small and great, young and old, to the sword, and left not a soul alive. They martyred the whole of them.
The governor of Otrar, Inalchuk, was taken alive. To punish him for his greed in seizing the merchant's gold, Chinggis Khan ordered that he be executed with a cruelly fitting punishment. He had a great quantity of silver melted down, reaching temperatures of nearly 1,000 degrees, and then poured the searing molten metal into the man's mouth, eyes, and ears. The city of Otrar was destroyed and its people slaughtered, its remains a shattered sight, rising from the arid plains in ragged heaps of fallen stone. But the rage of the Khan had only just begun. Otrar sat on the Sir Daria River, which formed the northernmost border of the the Khwarezmian Empire. Several hundred kilometers to the south, another river, the Amudarya, ran almost parallel to it, and on its banks stood the wealthiest cities of the region, the booming metropolis of Samarkand, and the scholarly religious heart of Bukhara. The 10th century Iranian author Istakhri travelled in the region, provides a vivid description of its pleasant landscape.
I know no place in it, or in Samarkand itself, where if one ascends some elevated ground, one does not see greenery and a pleasant place. The land extends 8 days' travel through unbroken greenery, gardens, along both sides of the river, and beyond these fields is pasture for flocks. Every town and settlement has a fortress. It is the most fruitful of all the countries of Allah. In it are the best trees and fruits. In every home are gardens, cisterns, and flowing water.
It was on these cities that Chinggis Khan now set his sight. But reaching these wealthy cities would be no easy feat. Between the Mongol armies and the walls of Samarkand and Bukhara lay more than 500 kilometers of sandy desert known as the Kizil Kum, a name which means red sands in Turkic languages. This desert was baking hot, and even trade caravans would skirt around its edges rather than risk death in the wastes. The citizens of Bukhara and Samarkand had heard about the arrival of the Mongols in the north, but they were not particularly worried. Tribal nomads had raided along the northern riverlands before, but no large army could cross the Kizil Kum desert. But they had severely underestimated the Mongols. Chinggis Khan left his 2 middle sons, Chagatai and Ogadei, to finish up the siege of Otrar, with his eldest son, Jochi, taking an army north towards the Aral Sea. Meanwhile, he sent 2 small armies southward into the Fergana Valley, with instructions to hunt down and kill the Shah Muhammad. But Chinggis Khan himself, accompanied by his youngest son Tolui, was determined to do what others had considered impossible, to cross the Kizil Kum desert with 30,000 horses and strike right at the heart of the empire, the religious center of Bukhara. The crossing would have been hard. Chinggis Khan employed local men who knew the hidden paths through the wastes and the best time of year to make the journey. In the colder winter months, dew would sometimes form on the ground in certain places, and small plants could grow. With this help, the army successfully made the crossing and arrived on the other side on the 7th of February, 1220. Atamalik Juvaini describes the sight that the citizens of Bukhara saw outside their city walls.
In the morning, Chinggis Khan arrived unexpectedly before the town. When the inhabitants, unaware, beheld the surrounding air black as night with the dust of cavalry, fright and panic overcame them, and fear and dread prevailed. His troops were more numerous than ants or locusts, being in their multitude beyond estimation or computation. Detachment after detachment arrived, each like a billowing sea, and encamped round about the town.
At the sight of this force, the 20,000 or so soldiers stationed at Bukhara lost all hope of defending their city. When night fell, they attempted to flee under cover of darkness, but the Mongols spotted them and simply chased them down on the plains. By the light of the moon, the Mongol horsemen hunted and killed every single soldier, as though chasing deer on the steppe. The city of Bukhara surrendered within 3 days and opened its gates, with only a determined corps of soldiers holed up in its inner citadel. Intriguingly, it's in this moment that we have the only purported instance of Chinggis Khan ever setting foot inside a city. Usually when it became clear that a settlement was about to fall to his soldiers, the Khan would leave one of his generals to loot the place, while he would return to his camp and his felt-walled tent, his job done. It's clear he had a powerful distaste for cities and for anyone who would voluntarily imprison themselves within their walls and foul-smelling streets. But when Bukhara opened its great gate, the Persian sources describe him riding into its streets. Bukhara was one of the religious centers of the Muslim world at the time, and its reputation was known far and wide. But the Khan likely hated what he saw. We can imagine him wrinkling his nose at the pungent aromas of the medieval city, the rats scuttling through the sewers and fish markets and tanneries, the clouds of flies circling over rotting midden heaps and dunghills, all of it so different to the fresh, open grasslands that he knew and loved. He went straight to the largest and grandest building, the great mosque of the city, which was famed across the Muslim world for its size and opulence. This, he assumed, must be the house of the king, as Atamalik Juvayni recounts.
Genghis Khan asked those present whether this was the place of the Sultan. They replied that it was the house of God. Then he too got down from the horse and, mounting 2 or 3 steps of the pulpit, he exclaimed, "The countryside is empty of food. Fill our horses' bellies." And the Mongols brought the cases in which the Qurans were kept out into the courtyard of the mosque, where they cast the Qurans right and left and turned the cases into mangers for their horses.
Then Chinggis Khan gathered the common people of the city in the great mosque of Bukhara, with the pages of the Qurans still littering the floor. The people must have been terrified, shaking with fear, praying and weeping softly. Then, over their heads, the great Khan's voice rang out.
He mounted the pulpit in the festival prayer space and said, "O people, know that you are great sinners, and your leaders are at the head of
So
the
here's
pack
the view of the
in
living room.
You ask me why I say
Front
this.
windows.
I say
Remember,
because I am
on
the
top of the
scourge
2 different
of
types
God.
of curtains that have
If
been up
great
for 13
sins had not
years,
been committed
there's a
by
red
you,
sheet because of
the
the
great
exterior
God would not
stalking.
have
The
sent
FBI
you one
instructed me
like
to put
me
it up there.
as a torment.
We don't know if this event truly took place as Juvayni describes.
I'm going to go lay
He
down
was not
to
old
go to
enough
sleep.
witness it himself,
As you can see on
but
the
may have
right,
heard it
we're
secondhand.
connected. There's 2 different live
Or
streams
perhaps
rolling
this
because
episode
UNIT207
was
gets
an invention
extra
of the
psychotic
writer,
once the
designed
recording
to
gets
make
between
sense of
6.5
what happened
hours and 9
and
hours
explain
long.
the destruction of the
They like to
Mongol
terminate the
invasion
live streams
in
when I go to
terms
sleep,
his
as
Muslim
is
readers
evident
could
in
understand, as a
many
judgment of
live
God.
streams according to the FBI.
But either way, we know what
On the
happened
left-hand
next.
side, anywhere that
The
you
citizens
see a
of
blue
Bukhara
line,
were rounded up and driven
that's the
towards
domestic
citadel
terrace.
where
There
the
are
Shah's
3
forces
upstairs,
were still
absolutely hacked
resisting.
into this laptop, and it looks like
Just
there's
as in
actually
China,
4
the citizens were
utility
forced to
TTS
dismantle their own city's defenses,
services
and their bodies
them
piled
and their
up
hack
below
that's
the
been
walls.
terminating lives. So is Spare
Against
Renderer.
this
There's also
onslaught,
another
the
one
citadel
that
of
just says
Bukhara
Renderer
didn't
that's hidden
last
from
long.
view right now by them.
Genghis
And they've
Khan
been using the
now wielded an
utility
army
storage
that
service as
combined the
well.
strength and mobility of the steppe warrior with the technological ingenuity.
So I started
of
a
the
second live
Chinese.
stream because I knew they'd become
combination
desperate
was
to terminate this
terrifying,
one that's been running for
as
6
Juvayni
hours in about
describes.
20 minutes. So I started the second live
On
stream,
the outside,
hoping that I can get 5 hours
catapults were
to 6
erected,
hours of sleep.
bows bent and stones and arrows discharged. And on the inside,
We'll see though. I'm so
ballistas and
tired. It's
pots
like they've
of
done this to the
naphtha
point
were
where they've
set
like
in motion.
exhausted me
It was
because I
like
really
a
want to
red-hot
sleep for like
furnace fed from
8 hours
without by
uninterrupted.
hard
But instead, I have
sticks,
to get up
while
and
from
come
the belly of
staggering
the
out of my
furnace
living room to
sparks
see if
shoot
they've
into the
disconnected me
air.
because they're
For
psychopathic,
days they fought in this manner.
mentally ill.
When the citadel finally fell,
Not
Genghis
talking about the
Khan
whistleblowers.
ordered
I'm
the
talking
city
about the people the
walls to be
FBI is
demolished
excited to
utterly,
throw in prison
and
who are
all the
actively
soldiers
instructing
inside
others
were
to join them
slaughtered.
in prison,
But in return
which
for
is
their
all they've
speedy
been doing for
surrender,
2
the
years.
citizens of the wider city
This month.
were spared.
Anyway,
Giovanni
Um,
recalls the simple
I'm gonna lay down.
proposition he offered to the Khwarezmian people.
The cursor is right over here
And the
by
numerous
the
common people
two
know this,
pop-out
that all
dashboards
the
that show
face
both of
of
the
the
live
earth,
streams are running, and they're
from
both
the going
connected
up
when I
of
go
the
to
sun
sleep.
to his
We're
going
doing a
down,
screen share, and then you're
I
looking in
have
the living
given
room and at the
unto
front
the
door.
Khan.
It's 11:42
Whosoever
p.m.
shall
PST.
submit,
It's about to be
mercy
Monday.
shall be shown to
Both
him
of these
and
recordings
to his
will be on
wives
Monday.
and children
If
and
you see the
household.
mouse move at all without me orally
But
telling you I'm
whosoever
doing it,
shall not
it's the
submit
domestic
shall
terrorist
perish
upstairs.
together
Likewise,
with
if you
all
see
his
anything
wives and
selected,
children and kinsmen.
This strategy of calculated leniency and brutality was ruthlessly effective, but it could only work if word got around. For this reason, Genghis Khan would always allow refugees to flood into other cities around the region, filling people's heads with stories of the vast destruction visited on all who opposed the Khan, and his mercy to those who bent the knee. The Arab writer Ibn al-Athir, living in Mosul at the time, recounts the effect of these increasingly outlandish rumors.
These Tartars, may God confound them, came from the east and wrought deeds which horrify all who hear of them. Stories have been related to me, which the hearer can scarcely credit, as to the terror of the Tartars, which God Almighty cast into men's heart.
This was one of the most effective propaganda campaigns in history, and strategy paid off. With the siege of Bukhara completed, Genghis Khan now swung around and bore down on the wealthy metropolis of Samarkand. Samarkand was not just a booming trade hub, it was also a mighty fortress, and considered by many to be impregnable. It was defended by a large army, even including 20 war elephants brought from India. But at the sight of the Mongol force approaching, and with refugees in its streets spreading tales of terror, the army tasked with guarding its walls simply threw down their spears and surrendered.
At the time of prayer, they opened the gate and closed the door of resistance. The Mongols then entered and that day busied themselves with the destruction of the town and its defenses. The inhabitants drew their feet beneath the skirt of security, and the Mongols in no way molested them.
The fall of Samarkand provided uncountable amounts of loot, and the Mongols now found themselves the new owners of some exotic novelties. The 20 Indian war elephants that the Shah had used in his army. But Genghis Khan had little use for these beasts.
The elephant handlers brought their elephants to Genghis Khan and demanded elephant food. He asked them what the elephants had lived on before they fell into captivity. They replied, the grass of the plains. When he heard this, he ordered the elephants be set free to forage for themselves. They were accordingly released, and in the end perished of hunger.
In return for surrendering, the citizens of Samarkand were spared a massacre. But in other places that surrendered, the Mongols' restraint was misinterpreted as weakness. This was when things could get ugly. One such example was the Khwarezmian city of Nishapur. Nishapur was the largest metropolitan city on the Silk Road, a vast and wealthy place in what's today northeastern Iran. It sat in a fertile plain at the foot of the Binalud mountain range, in a region known as Khorasan. Giovanni describes its beauty.
If the earth may be compared to the heavens, then the lands are like its stars, and Nishapur among these stars is like the fair Venus of the skies. What are men doing in Baghdad and Kufa, seeing that Nishapur is upon the earth? For if there be a paradise on the face of the earth, it is this. And if it is not a paradise, then there is no paradise at all.
The Mongols arrived at Nishapur in 1221 AD, and at first the city took the Khan's deal. It opened its gates and its treasuries to the Mongols. But then the Mongol army departed with their riches and left behind only a handful of governors to keep their hold on the city. The citizens of Nishapur took this withdrawal as a sign that the Mongols didn't intend to hold it. They soon revolted, killed the small number of Mongol governors, and locked their gates. When they got word of this, the Khan's armies swung back around and laid siege to the city. Still, its fate was not entirely sealed. That was until a single arrow flew down from the city walls and struck one of the Mongol attackers, killing him. Unfortunately for the people of Nishapur, he was the husband of one of Chinggis Khan's daughters, the great Khan's son-in-law, a man named Tokachar.
Until the third day they fought fiercely from the tower of Karakush and discharged quarrels and arrows from the walls and ramparts. By an evil chance which was to be the bane of all that people, an arrow was let fly whereby Tokachar fell lifeless, the townsmen having made an end of him without recognizing his person.
The death of a member of the Mongol royal bloodline was something that Chinggis Khan took extremely seriously. When the city finally fell, he called upon his widowed daughter and told her that she would be allowed to decide the fate of Nishapur. In her grief and rage, she ordered that the city be utterly destroyed and every living thing within its walls put to death.
They then drove all the survivors, men and women, out onto the plain. And in order to avenge Tokachar, it was commanded that the town should be laid waste in such a manner that the site could be ploughed upon, and that in the exaction of vengeance, not even cats and dogs would be left alive.
The destruction of the city was total, and the vengeance of the Khan remorseless in its totality.
They severed the heads of the slain from their bodies and heaped them up in piles, keeping those of the men separate from those of the women and children. Abodes and dwelling places were leveled with the dust. Rose gardens became furnaces.
After the fall of the empire's most powerful fortress of Samarkand, the Khwarezmian Shah truly began to panic. As his cities fell one by one, the Shah Ala ad-Din Muhammad turned tail and fled. He rode from fortress to fortress as the Mongol armies pursued him, and as he did, he slipped into a deep depression. Giovanni recounts that he began to be plagued with nightmares. He began drinking heavily and spent all his time in the pursuit of pleasures.
The terror of the last day was apparent in his condition, and fear and dread were manifest in his speech. For the remainder of his life, he constantly applied himself to the quaffing of cups of purple wine. One night in his sleep, the Sultan saw luminous persons, their faces scratched, their hair disordered and dishevelled, clad in black robes like mourners, who smote their heads and made lamentation. He asked them who they were, and they replied, "We are Islam."
Eventually, with his nightmares and the Mongol horsemen chasing close behind him, the Shah escaped to the most remote hideout he could manage. He took a boat out onto a small island off the coast of the Caspian Sea and hid there.
Whenever he halted for a day, the Mongols would overtake him. The Sultan sent for certain emirs and consulted them. They thought it best for him to seek asylum in one of the islands of the Sea of Abasku. He went to one of these islands, where he remained for a while. Then, when the report of his presence on the island was spread about, he took the precaution of removing to another island.
Finally, the Mongols captured the Shah's capital of Gurganch, and his family fell into the hands of Genghis Khan.
When the dreadful news reached the Sultan, and he learned that his small sons had been put to the sword, that his veiled womanfolk had been in the clutches of strangers, and that all of his wedded wives had fallen into the embraces of other men, his head grew dizzy. The world grew dark before his eyes. Then was the pain past remedy and threatened his very existence, and he preferred death to life. He writhed in this anguish and agitation and bemoaned this calamity and disaster until he delivered up his soul to God and was released from the sorrow of his life and the trickery of the revolving heavens.
Alone on his tiny island, the Shah of the Khwarezmian Empire, Ala ad-Din Muhammad, died, possibly of dysentery, in the year 1220. He was buried wrapped in a torn white shirt for a shroud. His empire, now utterly destroyed, passed into the hands of the Mongols. His eldest son, an accomplished warrior named Jalal ad-Din, evaded capture and led a sizable force south in the direction of India, where he intended to continue his resistance. But he was finally caught by the pursuing Mongol force in the autumn of 1221, and his army was utterly destroyed. Legend has it that Jalal ad-Din only escaped death by leaping his horse into the Indus River and swimming for safety across the rushing torrent of its waters. The geographer Yaqut al-Hamawi, a citizen of the city of Merv, who fled the advance of the Mongols, wrote about the destruction they left in their wake.
Those infidels and heathens roamed through those abodes, so that palaces were erased off the earth, as lines of writing are effaced from paper, and cities became a dwelling for the owl and the raven. In those places, the screech owls answer each other. They are filled with sadness. The devil himself would bewail the great catastrophe. It was an event enough to turn grey the hair of children.
The Arab writer Ibn al-Athir also wrote with palpable sorrow about the horror of those days.
With one stroke, a world which billowed with fertility was laid desolate, and the regions thereof became a desert, and the greater part of the living, dead, and their skin and bones, crumbling dust, and the mighty were humbled. some years, I continued averse from mentioning this event, deeming it so horrible that I shrank from recording it. Oh, would that my mother had not borne me, or that I had died and become a forgotten thing before this battle. Nay, it is unlikely that mankind will see the like of this calamity until the world comes to an end and perishes.
The conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire had taken 4 years. It had wiped some of the world's largest cities off the map and cost countless lives. And by the end of it, Chinggis Khan's empire was the largest that the world had ever seen. By this time, Chinggis Khan was in his 60s, and he was beginning to think with increasing trepidation about his own mortality. During his campaign in Persia, he invited a Chinese Taoist monk named Master Chang Chun to visit him, in the hopes that this wise man might have some answer about how a man could live forever. This holy man's journey is recorded in a text called The Account of the Perfect Master Chang Chun's Journey to the West. In it, he describes his journey over the Mongolian steppe.
On the 5th day of the 3rd month, we began travelling in a northeasterly direction. All around us we saw human habitation, nothing but black carts and white tents, and herders following the grass and water to pasture their animals. When we passed out of the marshy plains, there was not even the smallest tree or shrub. Only yellow dust clouds and white grasses were in sight.
On his journey, he saw everywhere the signs of the great war that was unfolding, and passed by a number of battlefields, left by the passage of the Mongol armies into the west.
The stony gorge on the south was unbearably alarming. On both sides, precipices held up the towering sky, and the chilly surge of a mountain stream flowed and rolled over the ground. People covered their noses because of corpses strewn about the narrow path. But it was the long-eared donkeys drowned in the stream that sickened my heart. War has raged for 10 years and over huge distances.
When he finally arrived in Samarkand after months of travel, he found the city half empty. Many of its inhabitants fled, and its walls and defences torn down.
In the 2nd month of winter, on the 18th day, we crossed a large river and reached north of the city of Samarkand. Before the Sultan was defeated, there were more than 100,000 households in the city. Since the fall of the city, only 1 in 4 remains.
Finally, he reached the court of the great Khan. When he arrived, Chinggis Khan had one question on his mind.
Refreshments and drinks were served, and then the emperor asked, "Now that you have come all this way, what secret elixir for long life can you provide me?"
But the Taoist master would disappoint him.
The master replied, "There is the way of good health, but I can give you no elixir for long life." His Majesty appreciated the master's candor and ordered 2 tents to be erected to the east of his residence in which we would stay.
It's clear from this that Chinggis Khan was beginning to fear that he did not have long left. A hunting accident also seems to have frightened him, and brought the question of his mortality to the forefront of his mind.
On the 8th day, the emperor went hunting in the foothills of the eastern mountains and shot at a large boar. His horse tripped, and he lost control. The boar stood nearby, not daring to advance, until his entourage rushed in with another horse. The hunt was called off, and the emperor returned. When the master heard about the incident, he went to remonstrate with the emperor, saying, "Your falling from your horse is a warning from heaven." The emperor responded, saying, "I have already come to this deep realization." For 2 months thereafter, he did not go out to hunt.
The man who had brought so much death to other lands now felt its icy hand on his own shoulder. Chinggis Khan's concern wasn't just for his own life. But now, in his 60s, he began to realize too late that he had not sufficiently prepared for the inevitable question of his succession. He would pass on to his heirs the largest land empire that history would ever know. But when he looked at his 4 sons by his chief empress Porta, he found them totally unprepared to take on such a burden. It's likely that his plan was a simple one. His empire would be divided into a kaleidoscope of different provinces, and over these 3 of his sons would rule. But he would ensure that each held possessions in the other's lands, so that none would be tempted to go to war. Above these 3 brothers would sit the 4th son, who would rule the entire empire in his place as the Great Khan. The system was well conceived, but it would depend on the cooperation of every one of his sons. And for a number of reasons, that is the one thing that Chinggis Khan did not have. He had brought his 4 sons, Jochi, Chagatai, Ogadei, and Tolui, with him on the Khwarezmian campaign, and they had each led armies and fought bravely. But throughout the war, trouble had been brewing. Just as he and his half-brother Begta had once quarreled over fish and rabbits, now his sons fought over cities and kingdoms. First, let's take a look at the character of each of his sons. The eldest of Chinggis Khan's sons was Jochi, but his life had been lived under a cloud of suspicion. He was the son whose name meant guest, as though he was simply a visitor who was being shown courtesy by the rest of the family. He had been born shortly after Chinggis Khan's wife, Porta, was kidnapped by the Merkit forest people, and no one could know for sure whether Chinggis Khan was truly his father. Still, the Khan had all his life treated Jochi as one of his sons, and Jochi also had the strongest desire to prove himself. He was a courageous leader who always charged right into the heart of the fight. Whatever the truth of his fatherhood, he had spent his life living up to the reputation of his father. But while Chinggis Khan seems to have set the issue of his parenthood aside, his other sons couldn't forget it so readily. Next in line was Chinggis Khan's second son, Chagatai. Chagatai was hot-headed and proud, and all his life had resented his older brother Jochi. Chagatai, it's hard to imagine that he didn't see the similarity between himself and his older brother Begta, and remember, perhaps now with a little sadness, how that story had ended, with Begta lying dead in the long grass of the steppe. All his life, Chagatai had felt sure that Jochi was not his father's son, and he treated his older brother with contempt. Silently, he feared that the throne of the great Khan would be given to his older brother, in his eyes a usurper, and the son of the merchant who raped his mother. In hope of mending the relationship between these two brothers, Chinggis Khan had given them a joint mission in the last war, to capture the Khwarezm Shah's capital of Gurganch. But the plan had been a disaster. The defenders of the city put up a fearsome resistance that lasted 6 months, and the brothers were forced to burn it down in order to push them back. Since the city would belong to Jochi once it was captured, Chagatai cared little about how much damage was done to it, whereas Jochi wished to protect its buildings, even at the cost of Mongol lives. Chinggis Khan had hoped to capture the jewel of this empire intact, but now Gurganch was a ruin, and the city would never regain its former splendor. This episode seems to have been just another point of bitter contention between the two brothers, and a warning about the burning resentments smouldering between them. The third brother was named Ogadei. He was charismatic and larger than life, a barrel-chested man with an unusually large beard for a Mongol. He had a jovial personality and a love of feasting and drinking. He was a capable general, but he did have one overriding weakness. That was his raging alcoholism. Like many Mongols, Ogadei was a big drinker, but even by Mongol standards, his habit went too far. At one point, his older brother Chagatai had appointed an official to monitor Ogadei's drinking, but it was no good. Ogadei evaded his watcher and drank himself silly regardless. One common story about him describes how he promised his brothers that he would halve the number of cups he drank every night, but he simply ordered a new cup to be made that was twice the size, and so his drinking went on. Still, Ogadei was diplomatic and generous, and as a result was well liked by all. The final brother was Tolui. He was the youngest of the four, a calculating and formidable warrior, and he had a famed streak of cruelty. During the conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire, he had been sent to pacify the region of Khorasan, and passed through the region dealing out death on a scale that was unusual even for Mongols. He had been leading the army responsible for the massacre at Nishapur, and he repeated the same genocidal violence at the great cities of Merv and Herat. At these settlements, he promised the inhabitants that he would spare them if they surrendered. But, unlike his father, he went back on his word. When they opened the gates, he ordered that every living person be put to the sword. Interestingly, Mongol tradition often held that the youngest son should inherit his father's property as a kind of social welfare. It was assumed that by the time their father died, the older brothers would have already amassed their own wealth, whereas the youngest had the most need of an inheritance. This rule had never been applied to titles which were supposed to be appointed to the most worthy candidate, but it must have been playing on everyone's minds as the question of the Khan's succession became ever more pressing. It was these 4 sons that Chinggis Khan summoned to a fateful Kurultai, a meeting of the clans in 1223 at a region called Kulanbashi in modern Kazakhstan. Jochi, the man of uncertain fatherhood, Chagatai, the hot-headed and embittered would-be older brother, Orgadei, the stocky, wine-soaked drinker, and Tolui, the cold-hearted warrior. And in the smoke-filled atmosphere of his great tent, he told them that there they would decide who would rule the empire after he was gone. The secret history records that one of his wives, Yesui, urged him to choose his successor in the following words.
Living beings who are born to this world are not eternal. When your body, like a great old tree, will fall down, to whom will you give your people, which is like tangled hemp? When your body, like the stone base of a pillar, will collapse, to whom will you bequeath your people, which is like a flock of birds? Of your 4 sons, the heroes whom you have begotten, which one will you designate as your successor?
But the Kurultai got off to a bad start. First, Chinggis Khan asked his oldest son, Jochi, to speak, and this sign of apparent favor enraged his hot-headed younger brother, Chagatai.
He said, "The eldest of my sons is Jochi. What do you, Jochi, say? Speak up!" But before Jochi could utter a sound, Chagatai said, "Do you mean that you will appoint Jochi as your successor? How can we let ourselves be ruled by this bastard son of a merchant?"
The effect of this pronouncement was explosive.
At these words, Jochi rose and, grabbing Chagatai by the collar, said, "I have never been told by my father the Khan that I was different from my brothers. How can you discriminate against me? In what skill are you better than I? Only in your pig-headedness could you possibly exceed me."
Chinggis Khan watched his sons fighting in silence. Seeing the flames of the hearth fire dance in their eyes, perhaps he remembered the words of his mother, Oelun, on the day that he and Kassar had killed their brother Begta. Suddenly, his great voice boomed out, trembling with anger.
"Before you were born, the starry sky was turning upon itself. The many people of the felt tents were in turmoil. They fought against each other. At such time, your mother was abducted. It was not her wish. It happened at a time when one man slew another. She was not in love with someone else. You speak so as to harden the butter of your mother's affection, so as to sour the milk of that lady's heart. Were you too not born from the same belly? Were you too not issued from a single womb?"
These were almost the same words that his mother, Oelun, had once used on him, the same words that the legendary Alan the Beautiful had said to her quarreling sons. The brothers were chastened, and perhaps realizing that they had harmed both of their own chances, Chagatai suggested another candidate that everyone could agree on.
"I shall not dispute Jochi's strength, nor shall I reply to his claims of skill. But it is Ogadei among us who is steady and reliable. Let us, therefore, agree on Ogadei." So he spoke, and at these words, Chinggis Khan said, "What do you say, Jochi? Speak up." Whereupon Jochi said, "Chagatai has just said it. Chagatai and I shall, in cooperation with each other, serve the Khan. Let us agree on Ogadei."
From this moment on, The drunken but charismatic Ogedei would be the heir to the Mongol Empire. After that explosive meeting, the brothers rode off in all directions, never to be reunited. The oldest son, Jochi, was most wounded by Genghis Khan's decision and would never see his father again. Wearied by this conflict in his family, the great Khan set out back to Mongolia, arriving there in spring of 1225. Perhaps those who saw him there felt a change come over him. The life of the great Khan was coming to an end. In the year 1225, Genghis Khan set out on what would be his final military campaign. It would be against the Tanguts of Western Asia, the Tibetan Buddhists he had already conquered on his way to northern China. In the years since, they had become unreliable allies and were beginning to rebel against his rule. With the Khwarezmian Empire conquered, he now wanted to punish the Tanguts for their impudence. He marched into their lands and laid waste to them. But on this campaign, while travelling through the hot deserts of the western regions, Genghis Khan fell from his horse, as the secret history records.
Genghis Khan, riding his steed named Red Earth Grey, on the way hunted the many wild asses of Arbuka. When the wild asses passed close by them, his horse took fright. Genghis Khan fell, and his body being in great pain, he halted at Chorkat. He spent that night there, and the following morning his wife, Yisui Khatun, said, "Princes and commanders, consult each other on what to do. The Khan has spent the night, his body hot with fever."
The summer heat made the Khan's condition worse, and so his men took him up into the nearby mountains of Liupan, densely forested with Chinese pine and dragon spruce, just beginning to turn to their autumn colors. Not long after, the great Khan's illness worsened, and he died at the end of August in the year 1227. The secret history of the Mongols records his passing in brief terms.
Genghis Khan came back, and in the year of the pig, ascended to heaven.
There is much debate over what exactly killed Genghis Khan. There are several outlandish myths that circulate around the circumstances of his death. Some more colourful versions fill his passing with dramatic irony, imagining a Tangut princess killing and castrating him when he tries to force her into bed. But most chronicles simply mention an illness that fell on him suddenly, among them the Persian historian Atamalik Juvaini.
When Genghis Khan returned from the lands of the west to his old encampment in the east, he was overcome by an incurable disease arising from the unpleasantness of the climate.
Some modern scholars have even suggested that he was an early casualty of the bubonic plague, which would soon spread westwards across Eurasia and cause death and destruction on an unprecedented scale. The Chinese language source, the History of Yuan, or Yuan Shi, records that on the 18th of August, the Khan felt unwell with a fever, and 8 days later he died. Such a rapid pace of decline could point to the Black Death being the cause. Whatever the cause of his death, the Khan's body was soon prepared for burial. Mongols of this time held a great taboo around speaking about death, and so we actually know little about the deaths of many of the characters in this story. Some, like Chinggis Khan's wife, Borta, simply disappear from records altogether, and we have no information about when or how she died. As for the Khan, some believe that he was probably buried close to where his army was situated, somewhere in Ningxia, among the Liupan Mountains. But other sources record a more dramatic version of events. The Venetian explorer Marco Polo, who traveled to Mongolia nearly half a century later, wrote the following account that was told to him.
All the Grand Khans and all the descendants of Chinggis, their first lord, are carried to a mountain to be interred. Wherever so the sovereign may die, he is carried to his burial in that mountain with his predecessors, no matter if the place of his death were 100 days' journey distant. There must he be carried to his burial.
Mongol religious beliefs held that the bodies of the dead should never be disturbed. For this reason, Marco Polo also recounts that the Mongols were determined that no one should ever find the grave of the great Khan, that his body would forever lie undisturbed, and that they went to extraordinary lengths to make sure its location remained a secret.
When they are carrying the body of any emperor to be buried with the others, the convoy that goes with the body puts to the sword all whom they fall in with on the road. They do the same too with horses. For when the emperor dies, they kill all his best horses in order that he may have the use of them in the other world, as they believe. And I tell you as a certain truth that when one Khan died, more than 20,000 persons who chanced to meet the body on its way were slain in the manner I have told.
While these accounts may be an exaggeration, what is sure is that the Mongol soldiers fenced off a large area of land around the sacred mountain Burkhan Khaldun, marking it with a fence of arrows stuck in the ground. Other than the closest royal family of the Khan, no one was allowed to enter this forbidden zone on pain of death, with guards permanently stationed on its perimeter. The later Mongol historian Sagang Setchen describes the body of Chinggis Khan being removed to his native Mongolia on a two-wheeled wagon, escorted by his great army. On the way, one of the Khan's old friends began to sing a mournful song.
Kilukan Bahadur of the Sunid tribe lifted up his voice and sang. Once you did swoop like a falcon, but now a rumbling wagon trundles you off. O my king, have you in truth then forsaken your wife and your children and the rule of your people? O my king, circling in pride like an eagle once you did lead us, O my king, but now you have stumbled and fallen like a wild horse. O my king.
Today, it's thought that the most likely place for the Khan's burial is in this area, somewhere around the mountain of Burkhan Khaldun, the holy peak that he had always climbed whenever he needed to hear the voice of his god and to be close to the great sky above. Now, between Chinggis Khan and the great blue sky, there was only silence.
End of part 1.